Why, hello there. I'm a little blurry today, it seems. We'll take a look at that in a second here. First and foremost, let's make sure everything is happy here. Seems alright. Like so. Okay. That's good. That's good. I think we're ready to rock. Let's take a quick look at this camera here. It hasn't gone full blur out. It is a little bit wonky. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna try and spend a little time on that over the week when I'm not streaming to get it into a better place and fix my loading screens and everything else that is broken in Wayland. Okay. So, we were refactoring like crazy. We done the move action. We need to do looks now. World Manager still handles that, but game events, game object event type, execution type. So we can still use event. And we're going to still hand it off to the map to do. Or will we? Yeah, because otherwise you have to drill into everything. So it's going to happen, and it's going to end up happening at the tile level, I think. Otherwise, we'd have to go in, get the tile out of the map. We could. It's an interesting thought. I don't want things to be happening in multiple different ways, though. But I'm thinking... wondering if there's a world where we take this out and put it in the world manager. This thing gets pretty big then. I think I would rather leave this small because it's easier to reason about it here and continue to delegate this sort of stuff to the map. And in this case... do we want to continue to have these... in here is the question. There's a couple different ways we could really approach this. We could start pulling some of this out into the map. Then map starts to get big. Map is more concerned with doing things that affect the entire map. Tiles are more concerned with maintaining the state of the things in the tile. And I'm not sure that I love that organization, really, but It is working. Um, let's leave this as it is. We also have this guy that we should think about. If we take you out of here, then we need to track whether or not we have found this guy with a bool and do a break. So I think he actually gets to stay just because it's tidier, I think. Occupant IDs. This is done in the look, so that'll probably go away when we factor this. Okay. I think we have a path forward here. So, when we do a look, we actually need to go look over here too. Ready. Text. Move event, we do move, we do look. Okay, perfect. That can stay as it is, I think. We'll have to handle this in here when we get the update, but for right meow, that's my state. That's still true. I'm just going to call this move. And I'm just going to call this look. This will go away, kind of. This is going to become new event, game, oh, new event. I can't type today. Game events, look event, and tag list here can still be a thing. So we need to have the ability to do both, but we can because we have an interface for target. Okay, perfect. So, in order to keep this all together, this also needs to be just a target. We pass through that target to the event that we create. We need the source. That's us. We give it the target. We do it the log for a second until we change that. To do. Like the only thing we do here is we log if there is a if there's no execution type. So that's why we don't. That's why we don't return an error, because it's not an error, it's a warning. So maybe that stays. It's a little wonky, but we'll leave it for now. And then our message. We decided this was broadcast. That's going to be broadcast as well. We're going to put our event in there. Okay, that should be all we need to wire that up. So like we had in here some other nonsense. Broadcast message. For like a targeted look or something. Look at, yeah, that'll go away. Oh wait, hang on. This is our new one. Never mind. We had something else we were doing to differentiate a room look and a character look. We'll have to track that down. This should go away. Notify exit, notify enter. These guys. Because it's all one event now. Yeah, room look. Here we go. This goes away. We'll have to kind of work through it as we go so that we don't kill anything off that we need still. Just kind of make sure that we clean everything up as we, or note it down to be cleaned up. This is already done. That's still a to-do. That's a to-do for future me. Okay, so in the... We've sent the event into all of the machinery. Too many things open. That's alright, we got everything open because we're working on it all. This guy here... We do get a look event, but we don't have to pull the data out of it. We do have to figure out what the type is. Do we want to do that here? Hey Terrace, how's it going? I think we do still need to type a search you here. No, we don't, because you're all just events. We're actually good there. We can just feed this, if I could type, the event, and let it make the decisions from there. We'll need to know which map to send this to when we have multiple maps. But then we can send that off to the game map to do a look. This becomes just an event. Point. Let's rename you look event. Because this just gets passed in. How is your progress? Can you show me till you... What do you mean, show you till I'm done? We're refactoring the event system currently, so progress is good. I don't understand the rest of the question. Let's see here. We still want to... We don't. Well, I guess it does make a degree of sense. We still want to make sure here, just because we're dealing with interfaces, I think, that this is a character. And if it's not, we error. And this is going to be the same error message, actually, so why don't I just do... Well, we don't actually gain anything here from doing that. We'll have to do it inside here, I think. Because otherwise, then we have this character that we've gone to all the trouble of type asserting out. But we can't do anything with it here. We actually have to work with it here. Use 2 tabs. Yes, I do. It's just, this is a standard 1920 by 1080. It's an ultra wide, but it's split into 2 standard sizes. So we'd have to do it here. We can still return an error, that's fine. But now we can double check our current location. And this takes map as well. Tile grid specifically. This is current location. Pulling out the tile though. Would it be nicer to work with? Yeah. Is if we just give it a name that's a little shorter. Like so. Okay, now this is where we need to switch on the look event target and do different things here. We need to look at and think about if it's empty. This will be just a room look. Turn that data. If it is a list of string, well, you can't really look. Can you look at more than one tag, really? We need to go look at when we parse this. Well, parse data, it's a list of strings. Parse input. We go into our parser. If it's a look, we parse the look command. We say it's a list of tags. It's a good thing we looked here. If it's me, if it's at, I append tags. And we keep going. So if you were looking at big rat, let's say, maybe this still makes sense. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, let's just account for it. This is lowercase and go. This is one or more tags. Do that. Look. Okay, so our room look. Probably rescue some of this here. Actually, hang on. Parser. If it's me, then we attach our ID. Okay, so that, yeah, there's IDs in here. Or there could be IDs in here. This shouldn't even hit the message system. This has event type and data. So when we get that, parse input, event type, move event, look event. Let's do. We actually need to do that. Over in the other thing too. It's the wrong syntax. That's fine. We'll fix it. This is an interface. We don't need to put a string in there. We can put. Oh, but then we have data here. I guess it doesn't really matter. It can be a string, but then up here, we can't do this. But we can say, if length of tag list is 1. If tag list at 0 is equal to client character ID, we are looking at ourselves. We'd have to string this as well and compare them. That's okay. Except for that doesn't go into here then. But this fires an event. We need to call look at. It'll put an event in that we handle. I think we're good there. I'm going to make sure result is not nil, return. So a nil. That's going to break that. Well, no, sorry. This is the input. This is the parser. We've already come out of there. Parse look command was called. Parse input. Yeah, okay. Parse look command, return result nil. We returned you. That stays the same. We just fixed the ID. That's the only instance of that. Okay, cool. This we can do look at. Because this just expects us to handle it and return. So we should be good there. So we do look at, which is our helper for handling somebody looking at us. It results in a, oh, it returns that result. That's not a handle server update. It might be less confusing just to run it through anyway. Just to keep everything functioning the same way. Yeah, I think we do. Just to keep everything all the same. Do look, character look. So that'll fire off into here. We'll build the event, we'll send it out. It's probably fine. It seems kind of silly, but silly and clear is better than doing crazy things that are one-off special cases, I think. Okay, so we're going to say that you do have a tag list. It is a possibility. We do our look. Because this is always gonna be a string list, we might as well just put it in as that. This is always going to be a list of strings from the parser. Pass that along and let map resolve what's going on. Okay. So we should be done in there. You've passed things along. We need to go back to our map or world manager first, actually. We just passed this in because we're going to have to pull the character out of it anyway at this stage, so we might as well do it here. It's not going to be... Well, actually, it might be nil. Hang on. That's the other thing we got to look at. I guess I wasn't done in the parser. Parse input, look, parse look command. If it's an EOF, we need to look at me. Oh, right. If it's not EOF. Should be able to do that, I think. A little tidier. So it's just going to be an empty string list. So there won't be a nil case here in normal operation. So basically that is pointless then. What we really want to do is we've made sure that you're a character. Target tags. Target should be a string list. If it's not, invalid target tag list. Or, you got target type? Yeah. We put in that hello to you. For look event, this should actually say look event too. Must be the type we actually want, which is so the first thing is look event target. The second thing is list of strings, like so. Okay. So then we can actually still use this. If the length of the target tags is 0, we default to a room look. We debug handling room look data. That's fine. We get our ordered exits. This is not going to be a room data, though. But we don't have a room data that's updated yet. Let's close some of this stuff that we're not using. Game events, event structs. And let's actually pull up our what's the word? Draw. We'll pull up our event notes really quick. So, according to our thinking, we are going to need a room data with occupants, items when we have them, short and long description, exits. That's the other thing, is we probably need to fire off the short description when we enter a tile. We'll get there in a second. Our move event doesn't really look like that. The move event, we should update our documentation. It's just a source and a message. I think we changed that and then didn't save it. Yeah, I think it is going to just be a room data, but this room data, this old room data needs to go away. Which is going to break other stuff, but that's fine. We're breaking everything right now. So we're going to do this just to get it out of there and to tell us which one is which. One day I'm going to stop hitting that button, but today is not that day. Text notification. Let's put you up here with the kind of more complicated ones. And we were thinking that we would probably need occupants. Makes sense. Makes sense. Occupants is a list of pointers to characters, items. We don't really have them yet. Short description is a string. Long description is a string. Exits is a list. And I gotta be careful here. A list of room exit. This is going to be just a list of strings from this particular point of view, because we can't have circular imports. And if map knows about the events, which it will, then event can't know about map. So, when we go over here, bum 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 bum. It's a room data, but the new one will fill the fields here really quick. We should have access to that just fine. Like so. Get ordered exits already exists, but this returns the exits. But we do also have don't we? Ordered exit list. Oh, that's in connection. I see. This appends everything. Game engine and go. Yup. Mud game, but you know, it's an engine. Let's see here. I'll have to fix that in a minute, but just thinking if I want to do this here, or if I want to push it into the tile. I don't think it really matters. But if I push it into the tile, I can put it behind the mutex that I don't know that we need anymore. But until we do know for sure, it would be kind of nice. Handle a look. We won't need this message broker anymore. But if we're going to just have tile do the work, then Like, why even have this in map? We could just call it directly from the world manager. We can pull the tile out of you and address you directly. And the same is kind of true for moving. Like, why would we have move here if we can do... It just seems like an unnecessary layer. Move. Move gets kind of big. But like... Oh, tile grid is private. Which makes sense. Hello, Mr. Mongoose, how are you doing? I'm doing alright, Cresho. How are you? How's all the everything? And like for our move, we mostly do the work here. We interact with our tiles. We tell them to do a leave tile. This has already been cleaned up. It was much worse before. And we tell them to do an enter tile. So maybe, yeah, maybe we don't push that in further. It's probably fine. Oh, that was the to-do I deleted, that's right. Yeah, let's continue to do this. It's going okay, busy with work tasks, have to program around incompetent team members again. Yeah? Well, that will happen. Especially when the trend is to acquire people for as cheap as possible, using as much AI slop as possible. Bro, come on, what? So we could still do it here. Do I use API? All the time. All of these are APIs. What kind of API you want to talk about? REST APIs? Function APIs? Package APIs? Yeah, let's just continue to do it here. It's okay. We'll have to figure this out. Yes. Well, that doesn't answer the question. So we'll have to do something about this, and we're going to have to, in the future, very soon, filter this response for what they can actually see. So we need to impose checks, which is fine. We have the, well, we'll have to build something in here to do that here, but they have pointers in them that knows who they is. People that built the API don't care about logic bombs in their code like missing tables. Then they report bugs back to me to fix their stupidity. That sounds about right. So instead of doing that directly, we could just wondering how much money you think you can make programming. Depends on how good at it you are. And the job market, which right now, very bad. We can get the exits out of there. That's fine. Ordered exit list, visible exits, exit. But this is... really just a wrapper around the connection. Which is fine. But... how much do I earn now? $0! Because the job market is very bad. This doesn't really... this won't do a whole lot for me if I have to then just go back and immediately get it again and do the same loop. We'll have to look at where... whether or not it makes any sense. See, started early today? Well, see, in America, twice a year, we're reminded about how stupid we are. Because we adjust the clocks forward and backwards by an hour. Because once upon a time, people wanted to go outside and look at birds and worms and shit in the fields after work. And, you know, even though we have lights everywhere now, we still follow this absurd ritual in all but one state. Why don't you look for a job online? Oh gosh, I never thought of that. Absolutely insane. I just want an internship opportunity? Yeah, it's bad, man. It's real bad. Brazil abolished that thing about the clocks some few years ago, like 2020. Yeah, Arizona doesn't do it, but everywhere else does, and they've been okay. Why? What happened here? Hang on. I don't know why it said that you were spamming. Nightbot seemed to have freaked out. I need to tweak that, I guess. We also adjust time in EU, but obviously not at the same time. Yeah. That would make a little bit more sense, at least, if the whole world did it, right? Can I teach you programming? There's a whole course on REST APIs on my YouTube channel. You're welcome to look at that. There's let me open a new window here. There is this. I'll drop a link in both chats here. So you can go and look in and say, okay, I want to look at doing front-end work, right? And it'll show you, okay, what sort of things do I need to look at? Okay, I know what HTTP is. I'm probably okay here. So then, okay, I need to go learn HTML, right? And then it'll give you, here's free resources. Here's stuff you got to pay for. Probably don't use AI if you're learning things. It does not help you to learn. The other thing that you can do, and I've just triggered that bug again. Hang on, there we go. Let me fix that. Is you can go in here, and I'll drop you a link here, like so. And you can go and learn, and they'll give you some tasks to do. Stick to things with learning mode if you don't already know a language. So let's say that you wanted to learn Golang, for example. We can go look at the courses that they have here. So this says, okay, we're going to make a package. It tells you how to set up some variables and things. It gives you an intro, and then you do exercises, right? And you can work through these if you see fit. They eventually become kind of CS puzzly, which I'm not a fan of myself, but if that's your jam, then it could be a thing that you really enjoy. But it's a good way to get some foundational stuff and kind of get the ball rolling if you don't already. I'm doing elixir tracking exorcism. Nice. Yeah. How you liking it so far? Let's see here. They always talk about abolishing, but nothing comes out of it. Yeah, they do the same thing here. Like every couple of years, they try to do away with it, and it never happens. Nobody can teach you programming. They can show pointers and patterns, but you have to learn it yourself in the end. Yes, also true. That's the only way to learn, is just to go mash some keys and learn and poke and prod and break stuff and see what happens. Otherwise, it's just copy pasta. You can go far with copy pasta, but less so today because AI does copy pasta for you. Yeah? And then Crescio has to fix your bugs because you file them for him and he gets angry. Okay, so this is the old guy. We're not going to need him anymore. We do need to build our exits list. Get the ordered exits. Let's actually... We're going to go like this, I think, until I find a reason not to. And then we're going to say for... we're going to go over that list. True, right? So... we'll do that. And if they pass, and for now we're just going to assume they pass. Equals append exit labels, exit dot. Oh, exit doesn't have. This returns a room at... oh. Yeah. Shit. That's going to be a problem. To fix that. Pretty good. They focus a lot in learning how to program the language. They skip some things like explaining what tooling is used in Elixir, how it works via an Erlang VM. Oh yeah. They had a similar problem. I think it was C++, where they didn't really tell you how to run the tests and stuff, I think. It was kind of disappointing, but the Python, I believe, is pretty good. The Python course, and I think the Go course was pretty good too. I think those are the only two I really, or the only three I really started looking at. I did them for the sake of, like, figuring out if anything in there was like worth recommending, basically. So I did the Go one, I did some of the Python one, I did a little bit of the C++ one. So I don't like this. This is only used in one place. This shouldn't be a concern of this, and it shouldn't be using that event. While I'm here, I just need to fix this really quick, because we broke it. Subtract points became internal because subtract point took over that job. So in here, where'd you go? There you are. Subtract point. Unresolved reference. Cardinal from vector. Oh, it's because we need to do this. We don't like that at all, though. You take a point, this returns a point. Too many arguments. Oh, because you do an error as well. Okay, that's fine. And we don't have a vector 2 in this package, right? We do have a vector 2. Why didn't I do that? So we're looking for a vector from... If I roll you back really quick. I bet you I added vector 2 after. Programming skill comes from experience. You have to bash your head hundreds of times for one good block of code. Yep. Read all the books and know them by heart, but it still won't make you a good programmer. With experience, it becomes easier, but it takes time. Yeah. That's the thing. You know, a bunch of people have asked me, well, how do I learn to code? Go write code. But what do I read? Go write code. What do I have to do? Go write code. And then they don't, because it's effort and it's hard and it's work, right? For instance, C++ 23 standard has thousands of pages. Nobody can keep that in mind. Yeah. Yeah. And it's easier now because we have these wonderful things called LSPs that will try to help you write idiomatic code, and they'll try to point out common pitfalls for you, and it's amazing, and I love them. And what if we just spent, you know, $11 gigatrillion on making our tooling better instead of crap? You know? But vector 2 doesn't actually return an error, so we could vector 2, so it'd be tile 2 or tile 1 location, vector 2, tile 2, right? Cardinal from vector, valid direction. So we were subtracting tile 1 from tile 2 before. And in fact, we do cardinal from vector, yeah. Oop. Vector 2, tile 2, location. That should fix it. It's kind of like woodworking. You have to cut wood to get experience. Yeah. Tooling is a big problem, becoming more and more security nightmare. And NPM, yeah, for instance, yeah. Yeah. Another reason I was so surprised at how much NPM there is in the NeoVim LSP stuff. Like the Bash LSP requires NPM to install, so it must be written in TypeScript. Was on a team building card processing applications in Java. Started out great, but this year it devolved into get it to production as fast as humanly possible or else using ChatGPT. Yeah. Uh-huh. And that's why we have microslop. Because they keep breaking everything for the same exact reason. And then they get really mad when people call them that. NPM is getting everywhere like a virus, right? Oh, that's, I mean, it's you know, on the one extreme you have things like Odin, where he hates package managers and refuses to have them, I think, last I heard. And like, yeah, okay, that makes sense, but like, package managers are also really, really, really helpful and useful. It's just, you're solving a discipline problem and a judgment problem with lack of an ecosystem problem, and that's kind of like a step backwards, which I understand, but it's hard. It's a hard problem, you know? Imagine learning how to drive just by reading books. Oh, I'm sure that'd be fine. In fact, I think a lot of the people in the city I'm in now must have done so. And it's working well, I tell ya. Marketing is forcing features without knowing and understanding scope of the problem. Yeah. And you know, the MBAs are going insane with, you know, cheaper, faster, cheaper, faster, cheaper, faster, less, you know. As always. And we're starting to hit the point where we're going to find out. We've been fucking around for a while now. We're going to hit the point where we find out. As we get increasing numbers of huge vulnerabilities because it was vibe-coded slop, and as people lose the ability to use their brains, and the products get worse and worse, we're going to find out. We're starting to get there now. Slowly, and then all at once, I think. They just care about KPI. Yeah. I hate KPI so much. KPI, and then what was the other thing? There was some fucking framework that came out around that to just throw more project management at the problem. It drove me insane. Then they come out with insane suggestions. Yeah. Yeah. There was OKRs. Fuck OKRs, right? Company I worked for a couple jobs ago had just started rolling that out, and I'm like, this is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. And then they hit us with, what, Extreme Scrum? Not Extreme Scrum. The new Scrum. The Scrum at scale. Oh my god. Which is extra funny because that place had never learned anything other than waterfall. They still had planning weeks. It was a clusterfuck. Jira tickets. Ugh. Jira tickets. Like, project management, good. I like project management. Project management, helpful. I have a little Kanban board that's not strictly Kanban, but it's just kind of organized in a way that I have been trying for this, which nobody's making me do this. I like this for organization and keeping my thoughts together. But enterprise project management, enterprise project managers, fuck off. As soon as somebody's job becomes nothing but scheduling meetings, you got problems. It's the way they're graded, like kids in primary school, so they fight for better grades. Again, like kids in primary school, you're not wrong. It's so absurd. Okay, so this is used in a couple places. A lot of it is in tests. We're going to probably nuke it. We'll have to go fix them, but that's fine. We got to fix everything. Ordered exit list gone away. We actually probably want to replace this. We did this in order because we want to display this clockwise. So it's a handy-dandy little way to do that. But we don't want to turn a list of room exits. Totally absurd. Here we are because our system is fixed on increasing one number on the balance sheet. Yeah. Yeah. One would think that in this modern era, we could come up with a plan, like a grand overarching strategy, more nuanced, complicated, and competent than number go up. And yet, here we be. Absolutely insane. Absolutely. I need to... Not that. This. That. Can't be helped without changing the charter that companies are formed. I mean, I feel like it could be helped. I feel like competent people are starting to appear and to question, and we're getting cool things again. We're seeing stuff that, what's a good example? Send Cut Send. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. They do custom, like, sheet metal and plastic and stuff cutting, like CNC machining stuff, right? They're a fairly recent thing that some YouTubers I follow have been using a lot. They're sponsored, which is fine. Because they made it easy to send them, your CAD files. They cut the stuff out on their machines and mail it to you really fast, right? And they're just all over the place because it's painless and it's better than the other alternatives, which is to call people and wait around for quotes and all this other old school crap that doesn't work anymore, right? And from everything I hear, they're a good company too. Like, they take care of their people and everything. They're paying good wages and all that. We have to abolish or expand fiduciary duty. Yeah, well, kind of. Yeah, theoretically, to say that you have a fiduciary duty to increase the value of the company or whatever doesn't have to mean what it means now, right? It doesn't have to. It just has come to, because that's the short and easy, the short-sighted approach. And the markets thus far have rewarded that, because they say, well, we just laid off half our workforce, and they go, you're worth $1 billion more, yay, right? But the disconnect between reality and the numbers they follow is kind of a problem. That's cool that people try to do real work, but actually can't compete with big companies that outsource to Asia. I mean, they're not trying to, though. and they're delivering a better experience. Like, they can't deliver at that volume because they're not that size yet. But people are taking notice of stuff like that. I've been watching kind of the growing pushback towards enshittification, I guess is what I would kind of call it. People are getting tired of nothing ever working and being 3 times more expensive. Default exit print order. We have. Our connections are a connection object. We could... Oh, but you're a wrapper, that's right, for the transit underneath. And we do that because you're shared between the 2 tiles. They can find their niche, but as soon as it grows, you'll have a big company that does the same and outsources to Asia. Not necessarily. It depends on if they become... It depends on who runs the company to begin with. But also it depends on if they become public and have to have a board of VC jerkwads up there, you know. Or if they take on funding and have the same thing happen. Where there's people with no understanding of anything other than number go up that get to make decisions, right? And hopefully that won't happen to them. Because it's kind of a cool idea. Could, though, you know, absolutely could. Room connections, so we just grab you, but then we have a transit table, that's right. That gets built in there. Who can compete with Microsoft, Google, Apple? Who can compete with IBM? Who can compete with Ask Jeeves and Dogpile and Yahoo? Right? It's going to take time, for sure. But we're kind of seeing the sea change begin. You're either getting bought or destroyed. I mean, maybe. Maybe. But that's often, I mean, so far, that hasn't been the case for a lot of things. Netflix tried to sell themselves to Blockbuster. Who could compete with Blockbuster, right? Amazon was a weird little dingy old office that sold paper books, you know? Microsoft still exists. Not Yahoo, not much. Yes, domain still exists, but yeah, exactly. A lot of them still exist in ways. Who can compete with Novell, right? Like, it often happens in history that these big entrenched things become so inflexible and old and stop serving their users in a way that is compelling in some way, shape, or form, and then they get replaced by somebody that is irrelevant to them, right? Slowly but surely. Now, obviously, I can't look into the crystal ball and say it will be so. I'm just saying that I notice a pattern. Netflix is one company that succeeded. The other side are 100,000 that failed. Well, conveniently, there's a lot of people doing a lot of things. And, what's his name? The law that 90% of everything is crap, right? I can't think of his name now. Like, yeah, there's luck to it, but also just like not being crap. Amazon created a new market, online shopping, so there's that, right? but they've become crap now, right? So like even this channel, me streaming. Before I started, I've told this story a lot of times. And shitification, yeah. I've told this story a lot of times. When I first started doing this, I was aware that like streaming is super hard to get yourself in front of people. It's really competitive in a lot of ways. You know, people complain about the YouTube algorithm all the time, and how it really just wants shorts and brain rot and all this other stuff, right? And they're not wrong. It does push that. But, you know, I had time on my hands because I had been laid off recently. I was looking for another job, and I'm like, it's something I'm curious about. I'll probably do it for like a month or two. And then nobody will watch me and I'll get bored and I'll stop. That's kind of what my plan was at the start. But then people kept showing up, and, you know, I'm a tiny little guy. Just a little guy. But, like, I'm growing slowly. And it's cool. I'm seeing some success, you know? And if you look at other people that start in the category, it becomes really clear why they don't go anywhere. In a lot of cases. Like, they've clearly never watched a stream. They don't behave like a streamer. They don't, you know, they don't really have anything that they want to do, more or less. Inshitification is constant as time in capitalism. I mean, yes and no. I think there's still room in the world for things that work. I think people still want that. And I think more than ever, people are becoming more aware of just how bad things are, and then stopping and going, wait a minute. The internet used to be really cool. What happened? You know? And even the normies are starting to get on board with like, this all sucks. There is room for things that work, but there's no profit in that. Of course there is. Of course there is. I find this constantly. People make statements like that, and then if you dig into what they tried, into their methodology, you start to spot the flaws. They like did the obvious thing, which isn't always the right answer, right? They did the obvious thing, they didn't try anything else, and then they said, it's cooked. I'm done. I see it all the time. In every field. Like, it just goes back to 90% of everything is crap, you know? Like, and the answer is usually that you just have to work harder at it, not in the like in the more hours sense. You have to think deeper about it. You have to understand things about what you're doing and what's going on. You got to fuck around, find out, basically, you know? Like, you can't just fuck around, get a result, and say it doesn't work. You got to hit the find out part. My first TV lasted for 15 years today. TV fails in 2 years, not because it doesn't work. It's because the company stopped providing the service. Right. But how much would you pay for a TV that did work and had a good reputation, and as long as they could keep that going, you know, that's insane. Yeah, it is. And that's why I don't own smart TVs. I refuse to buy one. Ever. They can go to hell. But people are having the same experiences with everything now. They're having that experience with TVs. That's a thing the normies care about, right? They're having that experience with refrigerators and ovens and microwaves and everything else, and they're going, hey, no, I don't want to sign up to your cloud thing for my dishwasher. I just want my dishwasher to work and not be broken and to be able to be fixed. The TV still works, it shut down the servers. Right, well, still, right? Like, the enshittification is making it out of, like, things nerds care about and into, like, things that everybody in the world cares about. And it's getting a lot of attention. They're wondering, I saw a tweet just the other day, and they were like, everything expensive is still crap now. I bought a $300 pair of boots that lasted a month, and then they fell apart. What's going on? I'm tired of it, you know? Like, the old adage of you get what you pay for is being broken, and people are mad. And that's, unfortunately, like, that's how humans work. We have to get mad and uncomfortable before things change. Because it's effort to change things. Goes right back to, why do people not learn to code? I want to learn to code. Okay, go code. But I don't know how. Okay, cool. What did you try? Nothing. I'm all out of ideas. Cool. You didn't do anything. Nothing will change. You're going to be the guy that wants to someday forever, right? And why is that? Because we as a society only maximize profit. Right, but there's no reason that saying to maximize profit inherently means to make a crap product, right? It's a short-sighted view that's being rewarded currently. But the two things are not one in the same. Correlation is not causation, right? It just, there's different realities that happen if you start to look at the long view. And nobody does that right now. I was trying to get strings out of here. That's what I was trying to do. So we go into the transit table. We pull out a transit object that has our goodies on it. So we can still do that. Throw it away just by it right. Transit is exposed. We could get a list of transits back. Everybody can buy new. You don't need any knowledge for that. Well, I mean, knowledge is kind of irrelevant now, because even a repairman that is old school and wants to fix things often can't get the parts and pieces from the manufacturer, or there's no documentation that you're getting into right to repair territory there, right? Which is another battle we've been fighting. And that is just pure enshittification. A number of years back, John Deere got in big trouble for it because they were making it impossible to fix their tractors. And the most self-sufficient, sketchy, repair-oriented people in the world are farmers that are trying to get their tractor running for harvest, right? Not just knowledge in textbooks, knowledge that comes from experience. I mean, yes, but... So there's a complicated thing there, too. So if there's no documentation on how to diagnose a faulty circuit board in your refrigerator, that's now a computer, then you basically have to be like an electrical engineer to diagnose and fix it. Somebody who can go and repair a circuit board, right? And not in like the accredited sense, but have that skill set. If you have that skill set, are you going to probably be a refrigerator repairman? Or are you going to go make a lot more money designing the refrigerators? You know? In 50 years, there'll be no one with such knowledge because we'll have best practices from AI. I don't think so. I don't think so at all. In fact, I have seen more people as a result of just the state of things becoming more self-sufficient again. Younger people, usually, that are saying, all of this crap sucks. I'm going to drive a hoopty that I can fix myself, and I'm going to, not chase that corporate promotion and do whatever, because it's all a stupid rigged game and I don't care. You know? There's a lot of people out there doing cool stuff. Okay, so for... I don't care about the index. Exit. Well, actually, we need to go through... I still don't care about the index. Cardinal in... That's not Go syntax. Cardinal in the range of ordered exits. What was the default exit? Exit print order. We're going to make an empty list. We're going to say in the, well, this is it a cardinal? It is, okay. Then we're going to say if T you have in you room connections at cardinal is not nil. Because that would be the default. Then we append the hang on, transit table. Oh, that's right. These take UUIDs. At this ID. Because it needs to know which direction you're coming in from. Not really. Power circuits, 90% of all faults have typical failure models. You don't need to replace a resistor or a Zen or diode. Understand why it failed, you need EE. Well, yeah, maybe not full electrical engineer. You may be right there. But you need to be somebody that can diagnose a faulty circuit board, which is harder now than it used to be because they're multi-layered too, right? So you're still in the... you need more knowledge, for sure. And, that's been another thing that... So, I've been looking at other stuff to go into because software is kind of dead right now, right? And I do need a job eventually, and trying to figure out what to do with myself because I'm really pissed off at the software industry in general too, because like it's garbage. I wouldn't be so mad if the hiring process wasn't so completely fucked. Like I'm just not doing leak code anymore. They can go to hell. I'm done. But for a long time now, we've been hearing, well, you should go into the trades. They make good money. They don't. They don't. And they have the same problem. So I have been a mechanic. I have fixed cars. I have fixed all kinds of weird crap. I have built stuff out of wood, out of metal. Like, I've been a DIY guy for like all of my life, right? I went into a shop. It was a metal fab shop. On their website, they said, we train people, send us your application or drop by the shop. I went and dropped by the shop. I said, hey, I saw, you're looking for people. I've done all this stuff. And they're like, okay, cool. We're really looking for somebody with 3 years of TIG experience. And I'm like, okay, well, no, I've done a little bit of MIG. And then they're like, oh, yeah, well, we could take a resume. Okay, well, my resume says shit on it that you don't understand, like Kubernetes. So they have the same fucking problem as everybody else does, where it's fuck off if you haven't already done the job, right? And so we're strangling all of the on-ramps to everything and discounting the ability of anybody to ever learn anything ever again. And the reason I bounced off of trades early on in my life is because I have never worked for people who bitched more about nothing than fucking tradespeople. Like, the boss was always on your dick about everything. And I just don't jive with that. I have authority troubles when you start getting to that level. I was fired from multiple trade jobs. and they expect you. So if you want to go become an electrician, right? There's a degree of education you need for that. Makes good sense to me. But until you fulfill their arbitrary number of years of experience to actually make any money at all, you're stuck with like $20 an hour, which doesn't go very far in a big city. So, like, they say they need people. They don't want to pay people. They don't want to have a place where anybody wants to work, right? So, like, it's a problem of their own making. Ordered exits. And at this point, I'm kind of just thinking that I basically have to figure out a way to be self-employed. Because the answers are not answers. The common answers. And this is also a trend, I roll into some place because they say, well, we have great resources for this. And their resources are like a half page printed out of the first three results of a quick internet search. And they're like, well, that's the resources. And I'm like, you said great resources. This is what I've already read. And then 3 times as much more. And there is no good answer. So what do you do here in this office? What is your purpose? You hand out this sheet of paper and get paid for it. At the end of all this, we return exits, regardless of if there's anything in there or not. We append the transit table TID, so that gets us a transit object. And because this is a pointer, but this is not, they should not be... We shouldn't have troubles, I don't think. In fact, just to be sure, maybe No, I can't dereference you. You should be... Oh, you're not. Okay, so we're good there. These guys are. I think we're still okay, though. Okay, so that gives us our list of ordered exits. That's going to break the test. I don't care about that right now. For this, we're only concerned about the labels at this stage. Which means we want the description. Right? That's insane. They expect slave labor to work for free, yet they always complain they can't find competent people. Exactly. Exactly. It is 100% a problem of their own making. And like that place, if they would have said, hey, look, you need to start sweeping floors for $20 an hour, which sounds insane for that sort of a job, right? It makes sense. Yeah, I get it. But like everything's expensive now. 20 bucks an hour is like barely floating along in a big city. I think that the city itself considers like $21 an hour here to be the minimum livable wage, right? So if they said you need to start sweeping floors for $20 an hour and we'll train you while you do that, I would have said yes, because I know that I wouldn't be on that floor for long because I can do shit and I can learn stuff, right? I've done amateur welding before, so and cutting and building stuff. I've done all of that shit. So that would have been fine. But they didn't even want to talk to me. Experience. Have you done the job? No. Fuck off. Same thing we get in the tech field. Have you worked with Jelly Bean 27? Then fuck off. Absolutely insane. I saw the other day I was on Hacker News doing my monthly post into the who wants to be hired and who freelancers looking for work, because I'll do either, whatever. And I saw somebody had posted like 10 years experience delivering AI products in under tight timelines or something, and I was like, at first I was mad about it. I was like, you lying sack of shit. But then I remembered who was going to read it, and I was like, no, you know what? You go, bro. How can you expect to have competent people if you treat them as shit? Exactly. There is a major problem in the trades with that sort of thing. I've experienced it firsthand multiple times. And that's actually how I wound up going back into tech. I worked for a small, I worked for the guy that owned it, mechanic shop. And it was not that. He was a super chill dude. Like, I came in, I did my job, we hung out after work, we were friends type of thing, you know. And he was closing his shop to go do other things. He had some other opportunities come up. Okay, fair enough. But I talked to a couple other shops in the area. I was like, I don't want to work for these dickheads. So what the hell am I going to do now? So I kicked around for a while, went back to school, and wound up back in tech because I'd always done IT work before. 10 years experience in AI is not a problem. You could have played with OCR algorithms. AI is a broad field. I mean, yeah. It still triggered my bullshit sensors. Even if not in like the, inflation of things. You weren't using OCR algorithms to deliver products on a tight timeline, I don't think. But that's like I get it, that's why the Subway sandwich maker puts sandwich artist on their resume, They used to tell us to do that shit in high school. But also, like, the people that read these things don't have any idea. That's another thing I hate about the hiring process. Got my AI certification from Stanford in 2011. Nice. That would be like during the first boom where we all thought AI was going to eat the world and we just got shitty chatbots, right? Sometime around in there. Okay, so that returns my exits now. I now have my descriptions. I need to think about what comes out. What was the desired? Because this is going to give us... see, we can still launch... not go. Flutter. App editor. Yim. So that's going to give us this. We probably also need... we probably also need the cardinal direction that they're going in, though, right? So that we can say, to the direction you see, blah. No chatbots then, just a lot of interest in AI that produced AlphaGo. IBM Watson, Google PageRank. Okay, gotcha, yeah. Yeah. Chatbots came from language translation tasks. Huh. I remember it briefly being a thing, and then every website got the annoying little chat with us pop up in the lower right-hand corner. That was used to be just a really shitty chatbot, and now is a really shitty chatbot LLM. So exit description. Our transit object has a destination. It does not have... We could build that, though. We can sprint FU, and we can say... Well, I don't want to make that determination here. I don't want that information. Okay, so maybe we do still need this to be this special little snowflake of a event struct, room data? No, room exit, direction. We just need this to be a different thing. Let's, instead of that, we'll put a room exit back in, but it'll be... LLMs came a long way from language translation models. Unsure how useful they are, but because they hallucinate so much. Yeah. I would probably be less opposed to them if it wasn't for all of the hype and the grift and the nonsense and the constant barrage of just absolute trash and them getting shoved into everything. Like, early on, I was a little bit curious about them. But after just being drowned in slop, I'm at this point where I'm just like, I don't care at all. I don't want to know anything about them. I don't want to touch them. I don't use them. They can go to hell. So this needs a direction. This is directions.cardinal now, not... No, coordinates. There we go. Coordinates.cardinal and a... So you have LLM agents that checked for hallucinations. Looks like a patch, right? It looks like something. Looks like desperately trying to inflate the bubble to me. As the air leaks out faster and faster. And then we need... This is our description. Which is a string. Okay. And then in a room data... the new one, we have a list of room exits. So instead of labels, we make you exits. And you're not a string list, you are a list of room exits. So then you're a room exit, fill the fields for me. This we have to determine now, though. Unless we were to encode that in here somewhere. Hype is a major factor in this, yeah. Transits don't, at this juncture, have an origin or a they do have a destination. They don't have an origin. Because that comes from the table that gets built. So that we can assemble a bidirectional link as appropriate. We put you into tables that says, hey, if you're this room, you use this connection. Marketing people live for the hype train? Yes. Yes, they do. Marketing people and grifters. Same thing. In many cases, anyway. What if instead of returning this... So we used to return a room exit here. That doesn't seem like the right answer, though. Which makes me wonder if get ordered exits makes any sense at all. We should have access to this still, because it's all in the game map, so we could access this guy. Let's see. Yeah, it was only here and in tests that you were used. We'll have to fix those up. We could just elevate this. Work. So we would then do, I don't care about the index. We do this loop up here. Default exit print order. I have access to the tile here still, because I'm all in the same package. Room connections at cardinal. If you're not nil, I step into here and I say this exit is a game events room exit. That keeps this limited to here. Exits equals append exits this exit, right? You, then we do, this just becomes the cardinal. I don't have to do any other nonsense. And then this becomes, if we do this, like this, and then, oh, that's already used. This con, is that we could also actually, hang on, if this con, okay, this is okay, that goes here. Transit table. Oh, no, 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 no. Because of that. Then I'd have to go there. So I need to flip these basically. But I could still do that. And then I don't have to jump through all these extra hoops. Sorry for breaking your concentration and train of thought. Thanks for an interesting chat. Nah, you're good. Hi, Cake Toast. How's it going? I guess that's the price you pay for streaming. Right, yeah, exactly. No, I tell people all the time, like, if I wanted to just sit quietly and code, I wouldn't be streaming it, right? No, it's good. It's good to have chats with people that have experiences that are different than mine, but some experiences, and viewpoints and opinions, and we can certainly have, you know, we'd have that chat and kind of have interesting thoughts come up, and that's more engaging for everybody, I think. It certainly is for me. You like so. That's kind of like the ulterior motive behind streaming too, is to find more cool people in the world, you know? People that are in this sort of whatever demographic wants to watch live coding. Because I watch, like, I hang out with Zed Shaw. I go hang out at his channel sometimes. I go hang out with Otter. And just, you know, I like the co-working streams sometimes. Agree, hope your channel grows. Me too. It's so far number go up, you know, which is not the be all end all like we were just talking about, but it's a good sign. It's a data point. I liked your talk too. Appreciate you. Glad you're entertained. I hope you're doing something productive with yourself as well. If not, that's totally cool too, but you know. I like that there's no LLM nonsense, right? I bounce when people are asking Jippity how to do things. I'm not there for that. I don't understand why anybody would do that, but you know, that's just understanding and the working through and the growing through pain and suffering are kind of like the big thing about why I like coding, you know? Uh-oh. Little connection instability there. Let that settle for a second. I'm gonna file that ticket this weekend, or this week. I'm gonna be like, hey, I get drops all the time, even when there's no storms. I'm gonna have to talk to Grok to do it. So just know that somewhere over the next 3 days, I will be suffering, talking to a stupid tin can to get to the point where I can make a ticket to have somebody answer my questions. For you. Thing is, you can find good answers on Stack Overflow, but you can also find much more bad answers. I mean, you're not wrong, but there's this thing that happens when you do that. Sometimes you stumble upon, like, Rob Pike just hanging out there and telling you, like, the deep knowledge on the internals of how Go works, and why the question is dumb, and you should be doing things in the right way. Or similar things, you know, where you find those people that are deeply knowledgeable, but you have this other thing that happens where you start rubbing your brain all over the issue, and other thoughts happen to you. You get other ideas, you see words come up, and you're like, wait a second, what the hell is that? And it leads you down to another path, and you start to learn and grow as a part of finding results that don't quite answer your questions. This is true in code. This is true in everything else, where you start to learn and grow and find new things, new concepts, get exposed to the right words to ask the right question, and you learn how to ask the right question. And all of that is so much more valuable than people are accounting for right now. And so when people say, well, I only use it as a search engine, I just roll my eyes, because you're omitting all of that benefit. You're going to find crap. Building a good crap filter for your brain, also valuable. Pike is a legend. Yeah. I've seen him a couple times in Stack Overflow answers just drop some sweet knowledge. And I'm like, it's really cool of you. I don't know that I'll ever forgive him for the pronunciation of "gofumped," but nobody's perfect. Gray Stack Overflow is much more useful for a person that is willing to learn. LLMs just spit out nonsense or nuns. They spit out stuff, that's for sure. It's actually really... So there's people that I follow on Twitter because they're not complete assholes. But they are much more open to playing with AI than I am. Best rated nonsense, yeah. But some of them I have just been watching slowly degrade. Like, they're becoming more and more just, I post AI stuff. Not like the hype, this is, you're all cooked because of this. But just like, they're like, oh, me and my agent that they have a name for built this thing. And I'm like, well, no, you didn't. And then, like, their next post, 3 weeks later is that they had some huge problem and they spent all day working on it, whatever, and I've just been watching the quality of their reasoning as expressed through their post decline. It's really scary and eye-opening at the same time. Okay. So we now have our event built. That goes into our list here in the room data. This event all needs to go away. The broker is no more. Instead, what we do, we got to think here. In this case, I forgot to mute that apparently. And it's probably just Restream telling me that I dropped. Yep. Cool. I just report this back to the source. Except for we already made sure that you were a character. We notify you of a room update. Do I... For this one, I don't think I notify any of the occupants about it. If I understand correctly, MUD will be text only. Well, okay, so... kind of. I can't start the server because it's all broken right now. I'd have to go stash and do git games to make it work again. But the We can talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's do a new window. Let's do some Excalidraw. You come over here, please. So, traditionally, on your screen, there was like a text box for the things that happened and what people did and said. And then there was like an input box, right? That's what most of the clients started as. Over time, they started to grow a little bit. And this is kind of when I came into playing them. There were a lot of different client options available still, or already. Wow, that did the whole line. Okay, cool story, Excalidraw. And you would get things like a map over here in the corner of your screen because it was like a full-blown client window. So you'd have a map with some boxes, and they were usually like a graph box, so that like it was really hard to stay oriented in here because the rooms weren't truly in a grid anymore, I don't think, in a lot of cases. But then you still had this text box, and that should have been bigger. You still had your text box, and some of the Iron Realms ones, they had other stuff. Like even now, they have a more graphically intense. It's an Electron app, I'm sure. Client. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, okay. So this one, so they put their map over here, but they have also like a list of things in the room. I forget what's over here. Their GIF is super low resolution. But then they have their text box, and they have like health and stuff here, right? So they've kind of brought in your status. They've kind of brought in some more modern UI influences, but they existed to various levels of complexity. As time progressed, they got more and more complex and got further away from the old just a text box, right? Which is fine because, like, it's really hard to be oriented in a text world without a map. Makes sense to me. What I'm thinking, loosely planning, is the client, more or less, this is the basic, default experience. You can do that if you want to. If you want, I want to put the map box over here. Maybe the things in the room, maybe, we'll see. I'm not sure about the health and stuff yet. We'll kind of think about it. One of the other things that happened, especially in the Iron Realms ones, was that there was a lot of scripting, right? And I don't like that. I don't want to play script versus script. If I wanted to do that, I would be playing a different kind of game. But at the same time, it is kind of crappy to have to type bash rat, bash rat, bash rat over and over and over again. So I'm kind of toying with the idea, just kind of in the back of my head, idly sometimes, of having like an MMO style action bar where you can put commands in and then execute them. It's something that I've just kind of idly thought of, so that you can put your attack in there and then you can put a heal in there or something like that. That would need kind of like a targeting system of some kind, so that maybe ties into this, where you've got like the list of things in the room or something. I'm not 100% sure. But then our lovely little grid map that is actually a grid, specifically because it's easier to orient yourself, would probably live over here. And then you got, something like that. And then, if you don't want these things, you should be able to turn them off, is kind of my plan. Because if you really want to be a purist, that's totally cool. I don't know if I'll support any of these clients or not. I would have to implement their protocols and all that, which is fine. I just don't know if I want to do it. Because if I do my own and just say, look, you need to connect with my client, then I kind of sidestep whatever tools these have built into them. Action bar's a good idea. You can spend on that for stats and potions. Yeah, items could probably go in here. The idea would be that you could set whatever you want here. And a lot of them had a macro system that was similar to that, but it was kind of janky and text-basy, where you'd have to set like an alias or something, I've gone all blurry. But I would like to kind of make it an optional thing for sure. For people that want to, do it old school, but provide a little bit of modern QOL type features and kind of do my own take on it is my loose plan. You get fixed. To make it just a good experience. Kind of my idea. And somebody a while back floated the idea of sound. No, just do your own thing, make it optional but opinionated. Yeah, it's kind of the way I was leaning. Somebody floated the idea of sound, and as long as it's just client side, as long as the client holds the audio file, I don't see a problem with that. Like, it can, whenever it sees an event came in that said, you swing your sword or you did an attack or something, it could just play that audio file. And then you could customize those if you wanted to, theoretically. That would be kind of cool. All, like, super further on down the road, but stuff that has occurred to me as I, jump in the shower and start thinking shower thoughts. Let's throw that away. But that also kind of plays into this event system needs to be parsable by computers as well, at the very least for the NPCs. But if we end up sending something like this to the client as like an update, I probably wouldn't be mad about it, We could send it every couple frames or something. Or, the trigger in the client to keep track of, hey, this person entered the room, so I add them to my list of people I'm aware of in the room type of thing. I don't know. I haven't thought about it more than beyond the fact of, like, this could be a way to accomplish that. How many sounds do you expect to have and how much modularity you want to offer? Yeah. Modularity for sounds, I think, is probably pretty non-negotiable, just because I've been the victim of annoying sounds in games too many times where, like, I don't want to disable sound, but, like, a sound for a thing just, like, sets my teeth on edge. So, and if it's something so simple where you could just drop a new file in place, then I don't see a reason not to offer that. And whatever you put in there for yourself, go for it, Or delete it if you want it to not play that sound at all, A couple different ways we can go about that. But that's like, once we do everything, that's like a polished thing that we can add in or not. First, I got to finish the engine to a base level, and then I got to build a game on it. And client kind of comes in there at some point in time where we decide that we need to have a better client for the sake of testing. Because right now it's just a box. Well, 2 boxes, but that's totally fine for where we are today. Thanks for the overview diagram. Absolutely. Okay, so we've got our thing. We've sent you off. If you want to have narrated stories for maps, you'll have to have sounds on a server. I mean, that would be true, but I don't know that I want to have narrated sounds or narrated stories for maps. I don't know about that. Focus on a simple solution first. Yeah. Because then I would have to find somebody to narrate them for me. And, like, MUDs at their heart are kind of more open world. I do think that I'll probably want to do, like, instance dungeons because that's a thing that came later that is good for content, right? Where you don't have to worry about people stumbling into there or somebody already cleaning out all the things you need for your quest or whatever. That still happens in the open world, but in a dungeon, like, it's your instance that you can live in for the extent of that, right? And if we're doing multiple maps already, I don't see a reason why we couldn't do something like that, just at a high level. But that's also, extend on later stuff. Like, it would be kind of cool to try to get a party system in too. Thinking like after things are done. I'm a big fan of like the holy trinity of a tank of heals and some deeps, and that does come with game design considerations too, as to how do you cater to the solo player, that doesn't have friends that play the game or whatever. But we haven't even got to there yet. That's a game design sort of internal debate, but something to consider for the future. Whether they be optional or, back in the day, you just stood in the middle of Orgrimmar and said you were looking for members for RFK and you needed a tank, and people figured it out. But I've also been thinking, kind of just, again, idle shower thoughts. Party system is a must. Yeah, it would be kind of cool. Trying to make it a good, and that kind of leans to the action bar too, right? Because trying to make it a good experience, like how do you keep an eye on everybody's health in your party and also quickly access your heals and stuff to make that a good experience for everyone, to make that work in the format is kind of the question. But I don't think it's insurmountable. But one of the other things I've been thinking too, like just like shower thoughtsy wise, is in like vanilla WoW, traveling was kind of a big deal because you had flight paths, you had the blimps, but they only went so far, and to get into a new zone you had to go find the flight paths, and they didn't go everywhere you needed to be. So you would just like log off in, and in there you were kind of just based out of an area for a while, which was kind of cool until you had to come back for to put stuff in your bank or whatever. And it made getting a mount like a big deal, and there was an intentional friction in traversing the world, which was interesting and compelling in a lot of different ways. You can always put a solo player to a separate server instance. Yeah, you'd have to figure out a system to automatically tune the dungeon for that, though. And it won't be the same experience, So, I don't know. It would be really watered down, is usually what happens. Because a lot of games have done that, and the content becomes pretty bland. Party system would necessitate client UI, but shouldn't be a big work, yeah. Especially if we already have a lot of the bits and pieces kind of in there, But the thinking about that, and like the old-timey MUDs where the overmap was just kind of there, and a lot of the times they had auto walkers and stuff. Not a ton of random encounters in the world type of thing that I remember. And that just doesn't seem very, very compelling to me at all. So I was kind of thinking about, like, how do we add some sort of a meaningful, interesting game mechanic-y friction to the overmap. And I started thinking about, like, stamina and supplies and stuff like that. And then that also gives you, things you can interact with if you have, like, a ranger character. Like, they can become more of a ranger type role if they help their party to move faster or scavenge food or whatever, thinking about a million different game systems that have done similar things. Mud is a multi-user, so what solo players? Well, I play MMOs as a solo player because I don't want to dedicate the time often, and it's also troublesome to find people that you want to play with often. So I have great sympathy for the solo player because I understand exactly where they're coming from. So, but that's, things that need to be solved, quote unquote, in the game design step to where that'll help to inform, like, what systems do we need, what do we have to build? Okay, so rooms there. We're notified, we're done. It's a very good idea. Let's finish the basics first and span out. Yeah. Fortunately, I've played a lot of games in my years. So I have a lot of source material to draw inspirations and ideas from. And trying to keep in mind, I have the advantage of I've been playing games for a long time over a long time span. Because I still play games. My main machine is down, so I don't play as many these days. I also got projects to work on. But, there's a lot of interesting lessons to take from games that came later, where things did get kind of more watered down, but also more compelling in other ways. Like, if you think about World of Warcraft, again, in the early days, a mount that ran fast on the ground was your fastest transport. You could flight path, too. But then they gave you flying mounts, and it was free. It was unlimited. You could fly anywhere you wanted, and it was super fun to fly around in the world. If you also look at things like City of Heroes, City of Villains, like you could just have flight as a superpower, and you could just fly around. Or you could, run super fast or whatever locomotion skill spoke to you. You could do that as much as you wanted to, and it was still super fun. And if you look, further back, like flight was kind of a thing that was always super limited in most games, if at all, it has obvious balance implications, but being able to deliver things that are fun to interact with like that and a better quality of life experience to the old systems, games that do that successfully are the ones that I have the most fun in myself. So those are super interesting kind of thoughts to me, where, like, how do we deliver this very old format with some modern QOL that makes it interesting and fun? Thanks for the chat. It gives me a lot of ideas for approaching my game project. Absolutely. I am always willing to nerd out about games. I really like games. I have liked games since I sat down in front of an Atari to play Pac-Man and had my tiny, tiny brain blown. Agree it should not be limited to multi-user. Solo play should have ability to explore and interact with the world. Yeah. That's one of the other things I've been kicking around is, like, I don't love the idea of classes as a general rule, but that's because I'm the kind of player that I want to rub my face all over all your systems. I want to play with your crafting system and make cool stuff that has some kind of a meaning, right? I don't like being gated off from being able to mine rocks just because I can pick flowers and make a potion, or whatever, like most things do. And I understand the balance implications. They're trying to make it so that not one person can do everything and there's an economy going on there. I just don't know that I love that answer, And people are going to make alts anyway, which, yeah, like, you raise the bar for trying to become self-sufficient if there is interrelation between, to make my armor I need leatherworking scraps of leather and cloth or whatever, but yeah, I don't know that gating it off has ever really successfully worked to not make just a system that favored the people with a million alts and made the supplies unattainably expensive on the auction house otherwise, or whatever, method there is there. So classes and like professions that are gated and things are kind of things I would have to figure out what I want to do with, but I don't like most of the answers so far. And I would like to figure out a way to support player building and player crafting and stuff like that. Crafting is easier. Building and keeping the world from becoming gross is a question. Because it is just text files, so things to think about. Okay, so room look is the default if we don't have any target tags in there. We have this idea here, except for it's just target tags now. We're looking in here to see if it's a UUID or not. No look event, just target tags. Okay. Target ID is not equal to a nil. Then we look at our occupants. We found our best match because it is our guy. We break. That's char in room. The way I see it, gating is because of hardware-software limitations. For instance, I have to fit my game in about 20 kilobytes. Still not sure if I have room for all ideas. Is it, though? Like, I don't know if you've ever played WoW or Final Fantasy Online or any of those games. Any of the common MMOs. Like, is there a hardware-software limitation for not letting you be a blacksmith and a potion maker at the same time? Like, you already have those systems in there to make those two distinct professions, but they usually only let you have like 2 or 3. Like, size limitations for sure is a thing in some environments. Otherwise, if this is not a UUID, then we look through our occupants. We're looking for tag matches in our list of tags. And we go grab... This is also char in room. We grab your tags. And we get the best match. I'm probably okay with that for now. Don't know yet, but my target platform is 6502 CPU with 24 kilobytes of RAM. No hardware for drawing. Right. Yeah, that's for sure. But you're dealing with a different creature there. Like, you very well may not have room for 2 professions, but in games where they do already have them. And I didn't play New World, but I heard that its crafting was extremely rewarding to people that like to craft, to the point where, like, you could level exclusively through crafting if that's all you really wanted to do, which was kind of an interesting idea. I think that game died, but I don't think it was because of that. I think it was because of a lot of other things. Um, this, okay. So before we used to fire an event, but now we need to this doesn't have to be that. Best match. Because we only go through characters here. That can be a pointer. And then we could, by making a game that can be played for hours on a forgotten machine that came out in 1985. I mean, yeah, that's gonna come with some probs. In the, you know, the sense of environmental challenges. Your ID is equal to target ID. Then we found you, we break. Otherwise, we go through. Best match is the character that we're looking at. Linux and Plan 9 ports are just to learn cross-platform building and to ease development and debugging. Yeah, makes sense. Best match. This, if it's not nil, because it's a pointer to a character now, which this will have to change when we do support items, but thoughts and such. Use target ID if not nil. We do matchiness of items. This is how are we getting this back? Playing game state. Handle client update. Handle server update. We notify you with a protocol message. Nope, sorry. With a message interface. So we need some kind of result here. It's easier to iterate on Linux. Yeah, I imagine. Grafting can be done rather easily thanks to the... Yeah, absolutely. Grafting shouldn't be hard to do. Making it interesting might be a little tricky, but like implementing it doesn't seem like it would be that bad. Oh boy. What do we do for this? We used to have a look event come back. What we really want to have come back, meow. Making it interesting is a real problem. Yeah. And like maintainable too, because like how do you... Because you're gonna have to tweak it a lot. So it has to be super maintainable. So like how do you gonna organize what things take, you know, what amounts of what resources and all that? Where do they come from? Where do they go? Where do they come from, Cotton Eye Joe? and to make the whole thing worthwhile and fun and manageable. Probably a little bit tricky. We'll find out. Because I really want to do crafting. I like crafting systems. That can go away for now. So we used to have a look event come in. Which I guess we could still do. Except for this is a source look at. I agree it's a complex problem, especially making fun. Yeah. So this is going to be a little scuffed right now. This should actually be different. This is the event we should be using, or the thing we should be using when we get a look event. That's going to come in with a target. How does that gel with our plans here? A look result with some data in it. Okay. So that was a good idea. If we call you just a look action. Do you know of any resources, docs you can suggest? Not specifically for crafting systems, I don't think. But it's possible there might be... Nope, that's not it. I haven't gotten through to the start researching stage, but there is a thing, if I can find you now. Did I not? Maybe I didn't bookmark it. That would be a massive oversight if true. Let me double check this. Not bookmark. Derp. Here we go. This is just general stuff, though. Yeah, nothing about a crafting system in here. He might have something somewhere. I'll just drop this link for both chats really quick. This is Mr. Bob Nystrom. He's involved with Dart, I believe? Like one of the guys writing Dart. But he's written a number of books. I thought he had a blog. Is this not... This is the personal... Oh, yeah, duh, it's right there on his page. I sometimes read his blog, or have in the past. He's got some good articles up there on stuff in general. Oh boy. He's going to write about AI now. I may have to reconsider if I want to read him. We'll put that off. I've read good articles in here before about parsers and stuff. Doesn't have to be specifically for crafting in general. Is also appreciated. Yeah. I've pulled some good stuff. That I pulled ideas on my player state machine and my main game loop from his game programming patterns web book version there. Because I'm not a game programmer. I had a lot of things to learn, still do, about making games, because they're kind of a unique creature. But he has some interesting stuff to say, for sure. So this is going to actually be a little bit scuffed here. I didn't think about that. This is going to do a full look on them. Handle client update. Look event. We do a look on us in return. Thanks for links. I'll go through them. Yeah. Happy reading. Absolutely. Always glad to share resources that I know about. So our look action... Only a character can do a look. If it has a source and a target. Because a game object should be able to get to handle a look at. We're going to call it that. We're going to say game objects, in order to implement this interface, you need to have an ID. You need to have a look string, and you need to have inspect string? No. Let's leave it at look. And a name that you resolve to. Let's call it that. So character now. Let's say you need to look at. We can keep that name. So you're going to need to return this for us. So that way our target can be not an interface, but a pointer to a game object, right? And then we can do the look. But getting this information back to the character object. This will resolve... Okay, so we send out the normal event, which is a look type. We get a look action back. I don't know that look action is... look event? Oh, we already have that. Cancel that. What were we thinking here? So we're going to have an attack, which will have a event that comes back. Object interaction is going to have an event that comes back. room data comes back when we just look at the room. So I guess it is just a like a look result or a look data. I want to avoid confusing future me. We're notifying you of the thing that happens. We're notifying everybody, theoretically, of the thing that happens. We don't want to return... source and a target. I don't think I want a target, though. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take a quick break to grab a beverage and use the restroom. And then we're going to have a think about the sanest way to do this without treading old ground where we got confused and made a mess. But yeah, I'll be right back. Yep. There we go. All right. Let's turn that up just a little bit. So the point of having things go into... delete this really... Oh, you're going to need that. We'll have to tie that into... to hook this into the state machine. Point of having pointers over here in the map and in World Manager so that we can manage them. But look action, or look event, look type, look event, fires off this. We go into our world manager. We try to resolve what it is you're looking at. We need to give you back a thing. Message broker goes away here. In fact, message broker is going to go away in general from here. Eventually. I'll leave that there, though, for just a second. And I'm still a little confused as to why you think I'm missing a return function when I have a switch that has a default. We'll get there. So we call game map look when we see a look event come in, and we let it figure out what's going on here. It resolves what thing to hand back to you. So if we hand back a pointer to, or just an object, in most cases, it's probably going to want to be a pointer to access that particular thing when we figure out what we're doing with it. That's fine because it's a game object that comes back. So a movement notification sends us back a game object and a string, though. We may have made a misstep there if we think about... this is all broken right now. That's to be expected. I'm looking for... That's really the character. Playing game state is just going to get the notification when the character's done with it. So we call character notify in here. We feed them the string back. But what do we know about it from the event? We know there's a message and a source. That's all we know. It as a field here for machine parsing. Because we want the machine to know, to be able to reason about what's going on here. If it's an enter notification and it's a character, then it can look at that character and say things like, okay, what tags do you have on you? Oh, you're tagged as Team Red and I'm Team Blue, so I'm going to attack you. Or you're tagged as a criminal or whatever, you know. So really it's just that. That needs to go in there. I don't think string has to go. String is for the character, though. Room exit's a better event, or a better thing, in a room data. Because we can act on it and say, okay, I'm going to put in an event that says I'm going to go this direction because it's a valid option. The rest of it, the machine won't care about so much. People will. But we're going to allow them to build that. But if we're looking at a thing, So in here, we're going to need to handle a look, basically, that says, you know, hey, you see somebody standing here when you enter the room. But at the same time, the events that you were going to do on them need to go through the event system. Crap. I'm back. Well, I'm Mongoose. How are you, Mr. Back? How's it going, Terrace? Quote from Nystrom book: "A field you can master in a week is ultimately boring. You don't hear of someone's distinguished career in ditch digging." Yeah, that's a good one. I will be talking to my manager in 1:22 minutes. Excellent. 1 hour, 22 minutes. Gotcha. Thought it might be the case. So handing a data back to a client is essentially giving it permission to act upon these things. But we got to be careful about that. This is why the event system started to get bloated. Because some things have to run through the event system. So that we can make sure that they happen in the correct order. If I give you a pointer to a character and you can just call attack on them, that becomes a problem, because attack needs to run through and be done in the ticks, right? Otherwise, you could theoretically just spam attack on them intentionally or accidentally, you know, because of bad code. And, you know, queue up 50 attacks in a tick, and that would not be kosher at all. So how do we cleanly delineate that? I think we don't hand back pointers in the resulting events. That's what I think. And footnote just describes our society today. Maybe you do. I didn't research that analogy. For all I know, there could be avid ditch digging hobbyists, ditch digging conventions, and whole subculture around it. Who am I to judge? Cool Book thinks for link. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know about ditch digging, but I know that hobby tunneling is a thing. Smarter Every Day, I think? No. Practical Engineering just talked about it. Because of people like Colin Furze, but apparently he's not the only one. So we really want this to hand back things that we can just act upon safely. See, this is why I wound up with so much crap, because it's tricky. I ran into this exact problem, I betcha. So, let's go back to thinking here really quick before we go any further. This is all great. This, though, is not a UUID. This is a pointer to a game object. That's cool. Optional target is a tag. So in the case of a move, it's just an event. We have a type. We should actually add an execution type here as well, etc. Execution type sync / async. Okay. And then we have a source and optional targets. So far, we're doing well at keeping that the way it is. The target holds, it's an interface. So in the case of a move, it holds the direction, right? Character move, yes, because this helps us to just tell the character, hey, you're moving. It handles putting this in. So we move event, the character, the direction, and we pass it a logger as well because new event requires one. That gives us back that. We broadcast it, done. Cool. So a look, we do the same thing. We have a tag list. That's our optional target. We parse that in meaningful ways. For move, we have a source and a message. When we give it the source, though, we pass it back to character notify. And that's great because character notify can then call look on that thing, or in this case, it's going to end up calling name. That will return us a name as appropriate. Because this is going to take a source. And we'll be able to resolve in our state machine, like, do they know us or something like that, if we get there. That I would like that to be a thing. To start with, it's just going to be, yes, it'll return a name. But without returning that pointer, we can't make that decision. But we're then calling a thing on there. How do I enforce where a thing needs to be called from? That way I prevent future me from calling it in the wrong place. So the pointer has to be in there. How do we determine? Well, I guess, okay, so like apply damage doesn't take it just takes an amount because it's meant to be called from something else. Like World Manager applying damage to us. But things like attack, we don't have a thing for them, nor should we, right? That makes sense. That's fine. feel like there's still a foot gun here, but I don't know how else to think about it. Because, like, these are just things that need to be acted upon the character. The event that triggers them... Let's actually rename this to get name. Maybe I'm being paranoid. Maybe it's okay. So when we get our look event back, I need to fix this up really quick though. Game object, get name, which takes a source, which is also a pointer to a game object. Not a pointer, just a game object. Pointer will satisfy that interface. Oh, this would have to be... Okay, that's fine. Because you can't know about character. Have text notification. Room exit. I guess, yeah, look result. We just kind of have to have you. We have a source. Which is a game object. And I guess we just have data, which is something, right? It could be a room, or it could be an object or a character. The consumer of the look result just needs to figure it out. So then, over here in World Manager, look event, we return the look. Cool enough. In here, we've got something here for you. Fill the fields. Oh, data needs to be exported. There we go. Seriously, again? Connection trubs? Killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. The source is the character, right? That's what we named you. We already made sure that you were one. All that good stuff. Yes. Okay. We sent you back a room update here, though. This should probably be... a look result. Just for the sake of keeping everything all the same. This is our data. This is our source, which is the character. Okay. And then our notify. What do you mean? Oh, extra squirrely brace. Okay. You're mad because you're unused, right? Because we would have returned up here by then if it was a room look. So we're fine there. We've got our best match. It's not nil. We're in here. Our source is that. Our data is best match. Because that's an any things become happy. So we then just need to do is we notify you of a look event, or look result rather. And then notify occupants. And they can decide what to do with that information. Otherwise, if there's nothing there, we build up that string and let's actually just put that there like so. Take the return out of there. Do a var declaration here. Look result. Set you that way. Fill that. Still char. Actually, we can clean that up further. We'll do that in a minute here. If we're going to do this way, though... that's probably fine. We could do a string builder, but... then we have to either write a string... Oh, yeah. I can't remember. Let's find out. I can't remember if write string appends a new line or not to a string buffer. Let's open the playground. Boop, 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 boop. So if we have in here, we're going to get rid of that junk. Up here, we're going to say, like so, we're going to say SB write string hello with a space, write string world, like so. I think it's that. Oh, we need to... Is it just strings? I think it's just strings. No. Oh, it's print ln for one. What is... Oop. Muscle memory. What is the import for strings? Import for strings. It should be just strings. Oh. I did buffer. It's builder. It doesn't depend. Okay, so we can use that, which is theoretically faster. It's nicer. We don't need a byte array as the output, so we should be good. So we can do SB. It'll be quite all right, I think. SB, write string. There is no range of the tags. SB, write string, SB dot write string tag, SB dot write string here, data, SB dot string. And then instead of all this junk here, that's it. Look results that, look results that. Okay, so we can clean this up a little bit further even if we say here data is an interface. We don't need that in there now. We can pull this down here. Data is data. Close that. Up here. Best match is not nil. Data is the best match. Else, we build all that. Data is the string of the string builder, like so. See what else am I missing here? That. Got an extra one of them. Extra one of them. That. Like so. Okay. I'm okay with this up here because it's going to keep that all grouped together. That. Best match is only a character right now. In fact, we can do that now. This is a game object. And then when we matchy-matchy on items too, we can return that. It'll need to implement what it returns, and we let the client worry about that. Keep it out of the event system. We just return the data. Okay. That's cool. But we need to go handle that now. For one, this needs to get handled. So for now, this is a state event. Fill the fields. It's a look. Data is going to be our source in this case. C.state. Handle the event. This is you. This is look event. Return results. Ooh, we have to. I don't like that too much. We should be more strict about that. In both of these cases. Okay. This is handle result. If handle result string typecast. If that's okay, return the result string. Otherwise, we're going to return empty here. Because there's really no meaningful error that we can raise to whoever's consuming this. We just need to log an error F, and we're going to say error handling handling look at for character ID of whatever it was, and then we'll spit out the error there. This is c.id, and then this is this is actually going to be invalid result type should be this. So we'll do that. So invalid result type is the handle results and the type we expect is string. That. Okay. We're going to do almost the same thing here. I didn't copy enough of that, did I? Result is that it's going to be handle result, though. Handle event, look event. There we go. Okay. That shouldn't be look event. That should be oh, I don't have that event. Okay. I need to add that as a thing. Yo, W man. Cool. Appreciate you. How's it going? Get look data. We're gonna add get name there. Can do that. Subbed and liked. Appreciate you. Uh-oh, we got a cyclic import going on in character and game events. Where did I? Oh, yes. This needs to be a list of game objects, not characters. Can't be characters. No cyclic imports for you. Is there any place else I've screwed the pooch there? I don't think so. You just need to update. Is there anywhere else? I think you're just being slow. Seems okay. That get name. So we also need to make sure end result, handle event, get name event, state event. In here, state handle event. Cool, groovy. We need to go into the alive state because that's kind of our guinea pig. It's the only state we really have right now. And some of this will have to go away. But case get name, handle is true, result is, just do a sprintf. Actually, we don't even need to do that. For now, oh, we do, because first and last. Yeah, we'll do it for now. Just to get things wired up to start with. You're still mad. Oh, it's because it didn't take that out yet. Should have. Didn't. There you go. Get over it. Okay. The that stuff. These are going to have to move around. I kind of like the pattern that's emerging of this guy just giving me the data I need to correctly act on myself. So we notify them back. That becomes a problem. It's fine. We just need to say that you are a list of game events, game object. We should make this length 0. Then we say for, I don't care about your index, occupant, range, target, tile, occupants. We just say, where do I already have occupant? Why do you think you're being redefined here? Don't know. O is fine for this. Occupants equals append occupants O. That'll go, which then makes a list of game objects. That's fine. So we notify the initiator. We also notify everybody else. That's cool. That's going to actually notify everybody already. We don't need to do that one. We can do only the one. Otherwise, we'd get double. When we get in the character notification here, it's going to come in through notify. Which is you. It's just going to put it into the channel, right? Okay, perfect. Whoever's listening to this channel, which in this case will be playing game state, is going to get a notify event. So in the case of ready, text move event, then we do. Wait, no, this is the handle client update. Server update is where we need to be. Move notification. This needs to be get name from me. And then we spit out the message. That's probably fine. So case game events a look result. So we need to figure out. Have to go run now. Cool. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you had a productive afternoon, evening, whatever it be for you. And catch you next week, perhaps, or end of the week. Thanks for links, chat, and the stream. Absolutely. Thank you for being here. Okay, so we got our look result here. Now we need to decide what we do. See you in the next stream. Excellent. I look forward to it. So we've done this. We probably have to do the same thing here. We don't gain anything from breaking this apart, though, because we have to return a protocol message just basically ending this execution here. If we were to wrap this work in something else, we'd end up with doing the same exact thing. We'd have to get the result back and then pass it, check it and then pass it back. So we're just going to do that. Because we're doing type switching, we have to then type assert here again, which is annoying, but it's just the way it be. Not text notification, look result. Like so. So if we can't, if there's not a good type, we fire off. Oh, that returns a protocol message though. Oh, no, it returns an error. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So we do all that. Then we have to decide. And we could do here. I don't know if we'll keep this or not, but what we can do is say if the source ID is equal to, or sorry, if it's not equal to our character ID here that we're attached to, then we're going to say that we can just do a sprintf here. Or do we want to do that? We could just do a string builder here. No, not that. It is just that syntax. Then we say SB write string. We say get name, pass in us that we're bound to. That will return a string. Actually, hang on. In here, instead of returning an empty string, we're going to return someone. Like so. That way we have some kind of an output in case of errors and troubles. And, you know, it shouldn't happen, but it might. So we write string with the name, and then write string with a space, looks around the room. Okay? Ooh, actually, hang on. Crap. This needs to be a buffer because we want to put bytes in to the ultimate message. So we might as well just do it here. The API looks the same for buff and string builder, so that's fine. Looks around the room. Else, otherwise, what we do... Oh. We need to also double check here. So we need that. We need to handle a couple different cases. One is the room data. So data is a just a room look results, room data. If this is the case, then we're going to do this stuff here. So in the room data, I need to do this correctly. That's room data. Looks around the room. If it is us, write string, and we have just this. So we need to build a string here. And for this, let's have you let's give you the buffer. And then, okay, so we write the long description, we add a line break. The occupants, build occupant text. This is going to go away, I think. Or maybe not. We're going to pass it a buffer, though. Header added. Why did I do that? It is a list of characters here still. This header doesn't need to go. We're going to do that. either way, we're going to end up putting a line break at the end of use. We're just going to do that directly. This exit text is fine, I think. Occupant text, though, that's probably fine to still exist. We need to give you the buffer. This, though, we'll do that for now. We can change this later if we need to. We're going to ditch this crap. If it's me, then I still continue. My ID. I don't need that. Get out of here. If the occupant's ID is equal to... Oh, because I see. Never mind. I do need that. Char ID. This shouldn't need... Oh, this is still not a... Yeah, it doesn't hang off of me. Okay. So I need to pass it down. Okay, we're going to leave that. That's fine. That's still true. This goes away. Yes. I've already solved this problem. Right string is the result of occupant. Okay, so here I'm actually going to need to pass in myself. This char. This char. I can still pass that down. Still check that. We still continue in that case. Otherwise, occupant dot get name, feeding it me, pointer to me, so that it can resolve that, determine for sure if I need, if I know who you are, if I can resolve that, or if I know you as a different name or whatever. Oh, do I want to do that the other way around for that? No. Because I can reach back over to this character because it's a pointer, and I can say, do you know me? Then call me this. Or do you have a nickname for me? Then I'm going to return that. Which is kind of a backwards way to go about it, but I'm thinking for the sake of like imposing checks and stuff, like maybe for disguises, that needs to be in the target. And my camera has gone blurry again. Webcam. It's just like minorly blurry now. So it's a different behavior with the different options checked. What if we put it back to that? Okay. So that goes in like so. Build room look message. Still is relevant to us because it's going to abstract off a couple things. I don't think this guy actually, because everything's been broken up like that. I think we really just get range event room occupants. We can just as easily do this here. And write it. After all that refactoring, we kind of just obviated the need for it, right? We're going to let that be a new line there. We'll let these fellers we'll append a spacey if the length is or the index is equal to the length, or less than, sorry, the length of the list minus 1, add a space. Otherwise, that way we clean out the empty space at the end. Add a line break. This, I believe... what was the... I don't remember. Yeah, we check. Yeah, that's a good helper. It checks for a new line. If there is one, it checks if there's two. Or the other way around, but yeah. It figures out what to add. That's good. So buff right string build occupant text becomes all of this, as a matter of fact. Because this also builds the exit text. But it uses the old. Needs to use the new. Character room event. Oh no, we used build occupant text. That's right. I need that to come back. Crap. We'll let that go back there because we reuse you. Crap, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah, this is still needs to go back. That's why this lived in there as well, but that's okay. This can come back. It still gets its new line. That way it pops it down. And actually, this is gonna be wrong. I should have looked at that first. That's totally on me. Okay. Build room look message. Still takes buff. Character room event. Event. And then and this is gonna be to do that. To do that, that's fine. Pass you the address of buff. Vent this char. Okay. Build room look. That's why I was doing a check here. Okay. I was doing this because if we get here, that means we have another thing. Okay, but... So I was trying to avoid complicated branching in here. I was trying to clean that up. If we want to... have to do this a different way. I'll do that really quick as a note to me. So in here, what we can do, if occupants is 1, and just to be sure, should only ever be true, but stuff happens, then right string, there's nobody else here, return. This doesn't return a string anymore, it just acts on the buffer you feed it. That way, we don't gotta do crazy things. Okay, otherwise, if we get here, that means that there's more than one, or something else has happened, and there's somebody that's not us here, and there's only one somehow. Either way, the following people are here. We write that, return. Okay. So then this becomes just a single call to build occupant text. We give it our, that's already a pointer because it's a room look. We give it the buff. We give it this char. And then we give it event.roomOccupants, like so. Okay. Now our enter message enters or you see blah blah blah. Build the room look. Just spits out the description, the long description that is. So that shouldn't be in the enter message. This should be short description. Right, because we use you on enter. Exit text gets built. I want you to also get the pointer instead of returning me a string. Like so. There are exits leading. Bop, 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 bop. Write the string, write the string. Otherwise that. return. Okay, build exit text, takes the buffer. We don't have to call write string on you anymore because you're just going to directly write it. And then we fire off the bytes for the room look. Okay, so when we come in here, look result, room data. Up here, when we enter event message, hang on. World manager, doing the enter, calls game map move. We do all of our fancy dancy work. We send a message. That's fine. This would actually result in a double. We only need one. Character leave tile. We need leave message. That notifies both because you're no longer in the occupants list. This one just notifies occupants because we put you there. That's fine. So then in here, as we're handling this event, our move, we get our message, which in this case is the enter message, and then prefix event message. We do build the room look with the buff and the event, which is a room event, except for it's not. So basically here we just need to also, okay. We enter a room, you move to the whatever. We need to do client character. We need two different functions here, though. Or we need to pass the room data in here. Both options are a little tricky. So let's leave myself a note here to do. This will give us the enter text, but not the room quick look. We will want that information as part of the enter text, probably. Need to either send a quick look event or put the room info in the notification. this is redundant info for anyone but the character moving. So not a great idea. Because you don't need to know the state of the room if somebody enters. You can keep track of that if you care. But we're going to have to solve that problemo. But that's going to take us to the 4-hour mark, which means it's time for me to go turn on the AC and then have some lunch. But I do this thing for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending today. So if you come back and you like this kind of thing, on Friday at 10 a.m. Central Time, I'll be here doing more of it. I'd love to see you again. Thank you to those of you who came to hang out with me and kind of work along. I hope you made some progress. It was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. It was good to meet those of you who are new. Yeah, so if I don't see you again, you guys have yourselves a great week anyway. I'll catch you some other time.